Alrighty. We are live. Just giving some people time to get in before we jump into it. Also, let's me finish up some stuff because I was having some account problems for whatever reason for YouTube through Streamlabs. So it was telling me my account wasn't there. I was like, what do you mean my account's not there? It's literally right there. So here we are. How y'all doing? For those of you who are there. It's still early, which means Friday night, or not Friday night, Tuesday night main event's probably still going, which means anybody from over there is probably not over here yet. Oh, it's been a morning, it's been an evening, it's been an afternoon, and now it's been a night, as they say. But hopefully all of y'all's been having a good one. It's so early to start yawning. I think I'm just pooped from running around doing errands all day. That's probably what it is. Any of y'all had any particular fun events today or this weekend since last I saw you? That's a different taste. Different taste. Dinner has been delivered. Ugh. One of these days we're going to do a Lord of the Rings stream if I can convince Pilgrim to show up. And when everybody else is here, we'll do these bad boys. Loop down over these three, and we'll do an opening of them. Check out some exclusive le drawings and such. That should be fun. I can't place my finger on what that taste is. Don't like this being as slow as it is. I don't know what that is. I can't put my finger on it. It's like a raspberry coffee. Strange taste to it. But dinner has been served, so I might as well partake of it while it's here. As we're waiting for people to show up. Oh, it smells good. Texas Roadhouse's appetizers are pretty phenomenal. Not gonna lie. And cheese fries are always a good time. Hmm. Some days I wonder if I've done this too many times to the point where I can just do things without putting that much effort into them. It's kind of sad if you think about it. Probably do this with my eyes closed, honestly. Oh, did I run right past it? No, I did not. Have you guys read any fun books as of late? Because that usually makes things a little bit more fun and entertaining. Considering I made a video coming out Friday about authors and ability to write and whatnot as a reaction to somebody's reaction to somebody else. Which doesn't sound as entertaining as it really is, honestly. Because a lot of people are willing to complain about a book or a series or an author or their style or the ideology of the person who's writing, if they show that at all. Not many are willing to be called out for that viewpoint they have. So I figured I'd toss my take in, see what happens. Probably nothing. I'm going to assume it's going to be ignored. However, I still put out my opinion. If people deem it to be worthy of their time and effort, you build it, they will come, kind of a thing. Cheese fries. Mm. That's right, I need to pull that up too. Dadgummit. So many things to do and so little time. Let's see, let's see. All right, well, there we go. A whole bunch of individual things to focus on. That'll be fun. thankfully. I think here soon we'll start. See if anybody else sneaks in the back door. Tries to make it seem like they've been here the whole time. Oh, there it is. Thought I misplaced my napkin. Did not, thankfully. Drowned out by the color. I've never been able to figure out my lighting because of the way my room is and everything. And I typically just operate in darkness because I'm nocturnal by nature. So it makes everything a little bit funky. Also, I did my first movie review on Criticless, in case anyone is particularly intrigued. You can check it out. I don't know why it sounds like it's thumping in my ears. Is it working for anybody? Because if it's not, let's get it. Tell me it's working or not. Yeah, well, it's working for me. Weird. He's trying to get in, but he can't get in for some reason. What was happening, eh? Knockdown made it sound like he wasn't gonna be able to make it in because on his end, YouTube wasn't working, which is weird because he's in the Discord. Discord's working, which means internet's working. Why is YouTube of all days? Had to be my live stream days. That was weird. That's what that buzzing noise is. Ah! I was like, there's a noise in my ear, but I can't put my finger on it. It's the GameCube. I do at least appreciate the fact that Nintendo made a GameCube console that is much more resilient than an Xbox. Which, to be fair, isn't a high bar, particularly. Pop in the Steppers. Get this luncher. Okay, I don't need this for this part. I don't know why I had that on. All right.
EA Games.
Challenge everything.
Woohoo! Good old THX. I remember that sucker. Great growing up. The annoying part of games back in the days, you had to wait for everything. Like, no! Just get on with it! Get on with it! We shouldn't be able to fight the Balrog, though. Remember. directionally move. Woo! That's a nasty critical hit. Mish mish. He's still standing. That's disappointing. That hot dog. Look at that. It's amazing what they do when they actually listen to you. Man, this dude gets to shoot anything you need. He's dead. Hiding his eyes like a boss. We're going this way for the rune, right? Some days I want to play Return to Moria. I remembered how freaking much of jerks the devs were about putting it on Epic Games as opposed to
Listen.
other games.
What is this? Fool of a took. Throw yourself in next time. Rid us of your stupidity.
Wait, I see something. What do you say to this, dwarf?
That would be a key to a very important item. Something kept at the throne room. Perhaps a book of secrets.
Can you lead us there? Time is running out! I think we have found more than we bargained for.
It is a Balrog of Morgoth.
There's a Balrog fight
We must master our fear.
before.
Follow that creature. It is our only way out.
It is no use. The path is destroyed. We must fall back and find another way.
Alright, we are surrounded. I don't like this. I wish it was for everyone, but okay. Good job in here. Really focus on two of the these two. Wow, and you whiff! Why you do this? counterattack is very useful. I wish they all had it. Why are there so many of them going in a row? What incarnation just happened? Oh, they ripped two. Reduce the annoyances. Okay, there's that one. Oh, that's a problem. That's a big problem. That's not a problem at all, actually. Very inconvenient. Alright. We're gonna do this. That might actually come back. Yep, that was a way bigger one than I needed to do before. Alright. Swordcraft, Guardian Strike. Guardian Bane. This is cool. Because now Israel has to deal all these things. How can they attack me, but I can't attack them? That's just stupid. Now we're down to one, but I'm also down to Idris. There we go. Oh. What? Cadhod? I'm confused. Apparently it's Cadhod. That was annoying. Ooh. More goodies. A secret door.
Yes, there is a secret way through Moria, but I did not need to search for it, as you must. I cannot reveal the secrets of the elves. You must learn them yourself. The dwarves designed their defenses so they might emerge from hidden doors and surprise their foes. Let us hope you can open this portal before your enemies surprise you.
Oh my goodness, that's a massive increase. Holy cow. Goodness gracious. Alright, let's look at these stats and see what this shindig's all about. For Hadhod, strength and constitution. I need to upgrade strength quite a bit. Crippling Smash. Did I get Crippling Smash for him? I'm working on that one right now, actually. It's almost done. One way. Interesting. Idriel. Why is Elagos considered an elf ranger? He's not even an elf. Alright, Seer Spirit and High Initiative. Oh, she's good against everything except blunt. Excuse me. Passives. Already have full gift of Lorian. Frenzy. Haste of the Valar. That'll be useful, because that means that she won't get hit. Loudwater Fury. I already have Haste of the Elves. I already have Aura of the Valar. That's useful. Cleanse Shadow and Healing. I don't see that as an option. Interesting. Bellathor. Alright. Prioritize strength, early damage, and constitution for survivability. Avoid early skill farming with counterattack. Ah, it disrupts SP progression. Well, unfortunately, I already have that. So, well, I guess I'm not technically early at level 18. If anything, at this point, it helps me. I need strength and dexterity. Skills. Gondor Rampage. 5 times! Oh my goodness! That'd be fantastic. Let's see. Targeting strike. to. To all types of vertical and regular. Alright. Passive ability. Immune to fear. And double attack. Athelian Inspire. I already have that. Elagos, you're the low level. Spirit and speed. We want arrows of sleep. Oh, there they are. I gotta get to that one first. Game-breaking crowd control. Crippling shot and piercing might. I have piercing might. Crippling shot. Piercing might. Huh. Alright, do die evasion. So sleep volley. Puts everyone to sleep. Frenzy allows Elagos to immediately take 2 additional actions in his turn. Ooh. That's 3 actions. Max speed and dexterity to ensure 100% hit rate. Kinsfoil Grace for skill farming. Sub in early to get first turn in battle. I don't understand how to do that. Maybe I'm just retarded.
Taken
It's a shame that we don't need the key anymore.
and the second hall. We have barred the gates, but cannot hold them for long. The ground shakes. Drums. Drums in the deep. We cannot get out. A shadow moves in the dark. We cannot get out.
They all come.
They are coming.
Maybe we should have leaned into the hole. Don't touch the
Fool
thing.
of a took. Throw yourself in next time and rid us of your stupidity.
Eh. Go ahead and equip those, Hadhod. Oh, 2.5. Got some freaking armor, man. Hadhod's no joke. I really wish this was more of an ARPG because I'd be better at it. Veteran, and rabble. Man, he just takes it to the face. He just one freaking shot. Doing nothing to him. Holy cow. Aha! Bacon bit. Can't follow the Balrog. Now we have to go the other way. Yes, we have to go the other way. And there's gonna be something in here. Yep, yep. Dodge it. Oh, don't. It's amazing how much damage you can take, and it's not that big of a deal. All the damage they do, I can just fix with like 20 AP. Hits. He did. He definitely hit. All the way back to that gate. And they're both rabbles. Rabble. Oh, this is you. Dodge it. He's not gonna. Oh, he is. Oh, wow. He can do something. Wow. In the face. He did. That's what we call deader than a doornail. I don't know why Idriel's not getting as much as them, despite being in the same battle as them. Doesn't make sense. And oh my gosh, this is just experience farming with this thing. I mean, she's only taking 86, which isn't the worst. At this point, I can just basic attack and kill things. His rah is not very good. And another one. Sword, really? That probably didn't do enough to him. Nice! Nothing. Nice! Nothing. Orcs won't even attack me for a while. I gain action points when I don't use them in battle, apparently. Or I should say I gain them after the battle. Killed it. assume there's a cap of AP though, so. That's why they're different levels. Okay. Okay, so Elaghost, Spirit and Speed. Hadhod was Strength and Constitution. He's got tons of Constitution at the moment. I need to give him more Strength. Oh, there's another... Oh, there are more people that I don't have yet. Okay. Drill. Spirit and Initiative. I'll need some Constitution too, so yay. Verathor. Strength and Dexterity. On the stairs, really? You have the decency to wait till I get up? Barrether, not so lucky. Kill him. The cleaving wound killed him. Dodge the drill. He didn't. Why didn't you dodge? I don't know if he dodged that one. If it was maximum AP as soon as you come out of a battle, that would give very different things to deal with, but unfortunately. Okay. Why do dwarves make all their freaking locations and everything all wonky? We're going the wrong way. Excuse me. Here goes the other line. This way. To get the last bit. I believe. I've been here before, though. And there's going to be a battle up here in a second. Right about here-ish. Or not. Oh, it's going to be right here at the entrance. No. Around this corner and hit. Alright. One of the Book of Secrets. Why is she getting in the way? I don't understand. I don't understand. We're going in circles. Oh. It died on me. 1 second, guys. Sorry. Oh, maybe you can... No, you can't even hear it. Okay. Alright, we're back. I don't know why it does this. Dwarf being a dick.
Words hold great power to capture the mind, to enrage the heart. But it is things that cut to the heart of the matter. You cannot hide. I see you.
Spooky. I do like how they say that's Barathor's flashback. Now there's 2 more red blinking lights. Red Hot about to level up.
We have found it, at last.
What is this? Never before have I seen such armor.
It is yours now. In memory of your people.
Aye, in memory of them all.
It says yes, but it's an I. Dwarven Velvet Hauberk. Dwarven Velvet Tabard.
It is time to find our fellowship, Gondorian. I can no longer hold back the Balrog's gaze. He senses we are here. We must reach Balin's tomb before he does to escape behind us. Hurry!
Pretty sure he's strength, right? Yeah. Oh, excuse me. That came out of freaking nowhere. Sorry, I managed to stop the second one, but not the first one. Blood and ashes. That's crazy. Alright.
I believe we are here, dwarf. No more secrets.
Aye. There through our craft lies the hidden door.
Andalou even.
This road leads to the Great Hall of Records, where we are likely to find yet other secrets.
Who could have seen this happening? More secrets? What? Oh, don't believe you. The world will.
You now witness the marvels I journeyed through. Let me risk a little more light.
Except
This
you
is
didn't
Dwaro
count
Delve.
this. That's the whole
Of
point.
old filled with light and splendor, now merely a goblin hunting ground. Seek the shattered tomb, and beside it a dead troll. Enter more deeply at your own peril.
All these guys suck. Get you out of here. Citadel Raid. Well, kill him, that's what it'll do. Alright, now I gotta remember. Drill gets the pendant. Higher Constitution. That one's technically better. What was Hadhod? Strength and Constitution. Put him up there though, 'cause like I need more strength. Doesn't matter how much health he has if he can't hit nothing for nothing. And here's an instance. Oh, I avoided it. Weird. I don't want to avoid them per se. Pistachios! I can one shot technically shot. Oh. Nothing to head on. for forever in a row. That's the best. The arrow sticking in her belly. Wow. It's for 950 basic. It disappeared from my belly. Well, dinner was tasty. Nice save, please. Wow. Turn. Swing wide, sweet chariot. Gonna find ourselves a barrel. Swing wide, swing chariot. Well, there's more of a boat, though. Sorry, it's a Lendl joke. Or not Arendelle joke. We are 10% of the game completed, folks. Oh, okay, guy. Okay, that's not fair. Alright, you're gonna chop suey the frick out of this dude. Oh my gosh. Keeper died. Kill a couple of guys on the ground, and then we'll spike them in the face, man. It went right to the shield.
Embarrassing.
Nice. One down, more to go. Come on, hang on. That's gonna be a hit. That's gonna be better. I'll survive that. Alright, this is just embarrassing, guys. time. Nonchalant. There we go. Ooh. Everybody but Hadhog gets something. Hadhog just got two really nice somethings. Actually, a couple nice somethings. You'd think Hadhog would be like drowning in the nice somethings, considering he's in a freaking dwarven kingdom. Dead troll.
Something comes.
The Balrog has found us!
That's you found the Balrog.
Seek shelter!
Balrogs don't have wings.
That creature seeks the wizard! We must reach them first!
Well, we know that ain't gonna happen.
You were fortunate and escaped Balin's tomb more easily than we. The goblins swarmed there. We almost lost several to their cave troll. But our fellowship prevailed, and the creature fell. Beware, the goblin horde is relentless. You must stay ahead of them.
In our case, behind them. Alright, we're gonna go equip. More speed. Ooh, Second Age Elven Ring of Wrath. Ooh, excuse me, that's gonna be a banger right there. Holy cow. A massive sword. Alright, I need to go skills to Barathor. Ooh, a melee attack that cannot be counterattacked. We want Xelian Wrath because we're trying to get to the bottom as quick as we can. I like that, but at the moment I need to go down the totem pole to hit what I need. Actually, hold on. This could work. Eventually I will actually taunt people. Alrighty, righty. Spirit and speed. Spirit and speed. Strength. Dexterity. Oh yeah, I definitely need dexterity for the 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, 4, 5 hit, 6 hit, 7 hit, more. More! Spirit and what was it? Spirit and initiative. And she's always going to have initiative, essentially. Yeah, they're all dead. Okay, well, we're in here. Here. I like how the Balrog plays peekaboo with us. Even though... Okay. The part that was blocked that we came in is the place they left and went the other direction, so we're going the opposite direction from them. Not sure how this is supposed to work. Unlocked a new chapter for evil mode.
This one is easy to track.
He melts the very rock. I have never seen such power.
Well, you've never seen a Balrog, so it checks out.
Here, you lead on, so you may see him first.
You go ahead. I'll stay back. Oh, these guys. Hit him. Thank you. Get rid of the nuisance. Worth it. I'll kill him. Okay, maybe not. Aha! Oh, he took a hit now. Little bugger survive. I should have used the aim shot anyway to help him with his little thing. 'Cause the more abilities you use, the faster it'll go up and abilities are locked. laugh so hard if he's the only one there. Okay, now I was like, he's so freaking funny. Wow, I can kill a warg and I didn't kill that guy. No, we don't actually hit with it. We're not gonna get anywhere. Got him. There we go, dodge. Yeah. Dodgy McDodgy face. Oh, it froze. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Looks like I need a freaking fundraise to get a better freaking card. I've had this what are they called? Capture card for a couple years now, and I've never had this many problems with it, and it's just happening more and more. Hey. Stats. He was spirit and speed. So him and Idril are going to basically be non-stop spirit attack. The other two are going to be a mixture. I'm gonna have to at some point make his I don't know, are these supposed to be percentages? Like 51% of constitution, 46% strength? Like I don't know how they're doing this.
Now is the time to cut them down!
I wouldn't be too hasty. They're moving above us.
Hold back! They're trying to surround us!
Didn't kill him. Counter-attack. he's still 1,500 damage. He's still alive. I need you guys to kill these people. Hit him. Doesn't mean anything if you don't actually hit him. Alright. Why can't I use a drill? I can't bring Israel into this, that's going to be a problem. Alright. Alright, so the rage it is. Have to start using items, but I need to get rid of these losers. Holy frick! There we go. There you go twice. Why am I not allowed to put in Israel? This is stupid. Why do they get to go so many times in a row? Dadgummit. kill some stuff. So kill some freaking things. Thank you. Why can I not just we're in danger. I mean, we are in danger, but for different reasons. How are you still alive? Hold on. No! You're a bunch of idiots. It's all because they wouldn't let me put Idril in. Because we're surrounded. As if Idril wasn't there. Why don't you just make this a 4-person thing? Like, oh, it's so irritating. Use bloody item on bloody Hadhod. Oh, that's bloody wonderful. Didn't do that much damage. That'll help a bit. I will laugh if this goes through so hard. Ooh! Israel, why are you so freaking slow? I have her all in this speed for this reason alone. Oh, that attack really sparkles. Review leadership, company motto. Ad hoc is rough, not having to keep himself alive. Still does decent damage. Nice. Kill him, but it'll get him close. Got killed by Israel basic attack. You suck. Elagos is right there. Oh my gosh. Just hold 1 of 9, you say? Oh. One of 9. Oh my god.
Dark Lord Sauron has enslaved many in his rise to power in Barad-dûr. Long ages ago, the evil of Mordor formed into being the Troll. Another mockery of life. Many of his breed have been enslaved to serve his fell purpose. Now the very troll that destroyed your dwarven friend's sons seeks him to finish this grim task.
Rond. Slower. But more powerful. Less health. Three less strength. I don't know why they give me these things. They're gonna bypass everything they give me that's better. I didn't. No, I did. Okay. For a second, I thought I didn't unmute myself. I was like, wow, I'm stupid. And then I was like, no, I did. It's fine. Everything's fine. What could possibly go wrong? Speed and dexterity to ensure 100% hit rate. pop up if you have lots cut off here. Ooh, Hadhod's really close to leveling up. AP does not recover at all, apparently. What's up, Bilbo? Oh, I'm a little bit further away from the mic as well. I can turn it down there if you need to. Is that better? I'm not next to the mic like I normally would be. So I'm leaning back here talking because there's been nobody in here to really talk to. How's it going, buddy? Got him. Yeah, if I'm up, I can also technically just turn up I can crank up the sensitivity of my mic as well, if that helps. Well, as you can see, I'm still in Moria. I'm past 10% of the game. Still not sure what the frick I'm doing. I did find some builds for the characters, so I'm kind of building them that way so they specialize in something that's actually what they're good at. I can tell why they don't put Hadhod into Spirit, because the dude's got like super expensive Spirit abilities. But I don't know, it's I have to hunt down 9 trolls. 9. Yeah, we're trying to catch the Fellowship, but we never actually do. Alright, so he leveled up. He's, what, strength and constitution, I think? Yeah, strength and constitution. He's pretty durable. Got a 52 con. Just need his basic attack to be up there as well. But they also had something for him where it says use hue armor for low damage skill farming. I don't have hue damage or hue armor. Let's go see if I can get it though. Oh, that's what I'm working on right now. So I need 9 more points. So 9 more attacks to get that in. But yeah, currently I'm hunting 8 more trolls because I killed 1 troll. And it didn't go horribly. I just burned through all my freaking AP on all my characters. And if I run into more trolls, I'm in trouble. But all in all, I'm pretty tanky now because everyone's closing in on level 20. But there's apparently 2 more characters I gotta get. It is really obnoxious that I can't get what's it called? I want just to get skill points and then I let myself apply them to things. I don't want it to be this weird put some in this one, put some in this one, you know, whatever is selected at the time. AP is action points. So every time you do a special, like say Citadel Rampage, I think is the one. So if I go to skills, I go to Barathor, I go to Swordcraft, Citadel Rage. Citadel Rage is an attack that allows Barathor to strike twice, but it's 48 action points to utilize. Whereas Shattering Strike is 18, Counter Strike is passive, I believe. Guardian Strike is 15. Orc Bane is like 28 or something like that. So each one costs so much in terms of action points. So every time you use the ability, it burns through quite quickly. There you are. Third Age Dwarf Belt Buckle. And now we're in this. Okay. Oh great! Stun Strike on Hadhod. Ironically, he is the tankiest person I have. Alright, so if I go to Swordcraft, it'll say Fluid Strike 20, Weakening Slash 25. Spirit Powers, Gift of Elrond 15, Haste of the Elves 30, Loudwater Fury 50, and Gift of Galadriel 40. That's how many action points it requires. I can go straight to just attack, and it costs no AP, but it's a low damage. I can also do items, and I can get more action points back. I just have to consume items, but I don't like to consume items if I don't have to. There's Perfect Mode, which I could use Perfect Mode to kill trolls, because trolls are pretty freaking tanky. I can change primary weapon, I can skip, all that kind of stuff. She's only got 126. I should probably keep that for... Ooh, for doing, No, Idril! Ow! I should probably keep the action points for Idril to do healing, because healing's what she does, and she's very, very good at it. There's even an ability later on that she can get to automatically resurrect allies if they die. freaking nice. Now, Barathor, basically, he does the basic stuff. So you have Guardian Strike, Orc Bane. I'm fighting goblins, so this doesn't really do nothing in any way meaningful. Because there's Goblin Bane, there's Orc Bane, there's Urukai Bane, etc. But if you use an Orc Bane on a Goblin, it doesn't really do anything improved for the cost. But Barathor, I have decreased costs for things. I also have leadership, but that's not really useful at the moment. So I'm going to just do a Guardian Strike. And you have to use your special abilities in order to unlock your special abilities. So you use your low-level skills in a drawn-out battle and slowly chip away at your AP to unlock the higher skills. Like I got Dwarven Cleave 25, Goblin Bane 30, Cleaving Wound 30, and Crippling Smash 40. Goblin Bane's really, really effective, but it's also kind of expensive. But 25 being the cheapest. Look at these. Stone Shield. It blocks any attack for one attack, but 0 damage. But it's 75. And then Flaming Fury is 60. So I don't really use them for that. So I'll go here to Goblin Bane, because it's 5 more than my cheapest. Or is it really worth it? It's probably not worth it. I'll just go Dwarven Cleave. Alright, he's dead. Now we're down to 1 attacking. And as long as I have Idril available, I can basically heal Barathor, Hadhod, and Idril to full health with 40 AP. But she's down to 111 because I healed up Barathor. Now when you level, it'll bump them up, excuse me, automatically. I'm just using low-level stuff so I can farm. Dang it! That was the wrong person. Freaking camera modes. Oh, I missed. I was supposed to go double with her, but apparently that didn't work. Position, heal thyself. Jiminy Christmas. I can't spend any more. I need to build up my AP, not reduce it more than it already is. Idril and Barathor will level up after the next battle, more than likely. But I gotta have enough to survive the next battle. And I don't know how I feel about burning through stuff that I don't necessarily need. We're going this way, I think. Yes. Please don't be a troll. Please don't be a troll. Please don't be a freaking troll. Okay. What a dick. That shaman has to die. So we're gonna Goblin Bane the snot out of that dude. He's gone. So Barathor, the Gondorian here, is pursuing after Boromir and Gandalf. Hadhod and Elagos were... Well, Elagos is a ranger of Dunedain, one of the rangers of the north. And he is perusing with Hadhod. They became friends, and now they're tracking his people, I guess. And they get kind of like suckered in. So they were hunting down orc packs and stuff, and then they got separated, so you had to go gather them up and kill things. Idriel is on the warpath for Lady Galadriel and is helping Barathor as her lady wishes. And Barathor's kind of the head of the company, and we're basically going through Moria and exacting revenge on the goblins and trolls and everything. That's the short and sweet of it. The whole story hasn't really been pushed into our hands yet. Alright. And I can't hit for crap. I'll use Hadhod to kill this one, probably. Oof. Or not. Because now he's stunned. They're gonna stun Hadhod again. Alright. I'm gonna heal him back up a little bit. Can't freaking hit nothing. This is pissing me off. I'm blowing my heals to get healed. And they can just poke me back down. It pisses me off. And they're gonna stun my healer. Oh, or not. She dodged. Nice. Take that, dickwads. Hadhod. She's gonna level up in a minute, so I need to use her gifts on these guys. Oh, Barathor's stunned. But he's going to level up, so I don't need to spend it on him. I'll spend it on Hadhod to get him full health. And the other two will automatically full health. I don't mind when games add their lores. Lores doesn't break off. Yeah, Shadow of Mordor. Shadow of Mordor was fun. It's just they didn't try very hard with the Tolkien type story. And I don't mind the story. It's just turn-based was a weird position. I mean, I'm not against turn-based, I guess, but I would enjoy this more if it was an ARPG instead of a turn-based RPG. Ooh, I learned Drain Inspiration. Drain action points from the foe. There you go, Hadhod. Be tanky. And you missed. I need to upgrade the dexterity, it seems. Of bloody corpse. That's one down. You're not gonna kill him. Nope, you're not even gonna hit him. Oh, okay. They actually want me to do that. That's a thing. There we go. Blew through all their AP. Boom, they level up. Boom, fill up on AP. Boom, fill up on health. Hadhod's up there, but he's lower on stuff. There we go. Elagast is falling behind, but that's because for whatever reason they made it a 3-person fight. Yeah, Shelob was like an older, handsome-looking woman, and I didn't really understand the point of making her that way since we don't really see her. Like, Ungoliant, you kind of see, but Ungoliant stayed mostly as a spider, and Shelob, I believe she has the ability to shapeshift as well, but I just don't see why she would shapeshift to anything other than a spider. Ooh, blunt defense. She takes a lot of damage from blunt. Yeah, we don't really use spirit for him to begin with. It made Rolo think Helm Hammerhand was one of the 9. Oh my god. Yeah, that was a dumb thing. It's like Helm wasn't even around, didn't exist. I don't even know if Rohan existed when the 9 were already there. So like they didn't put much thought into it, which is the disappointing part. Basically, she's good on everything now. I just need you to hit your stuff, dadgummit. But yeah, we're level 23, level 22, level 22. What is his weakness? Pierce. You're weak to Pierce and Shadow. You're level 19. 22, 22, 23. Oh, that's right. We need to go to skills. Barathor. We're working on Ecthelian Wrath. Stand fast. Ooh. That would help, especially for against a bunch of stunners. Immune to fear. Double attack. Yeah, Ungoliant can. Shelob, like, we don't know beyond the fact that Ungoliant had a lot of spawn, but she also ate a lot of her spawn. So we don't know. Yeah, Helm couldn't have been one because the Rings of Power for men were already given out. There's no chance of getting another one, which is stupid. Which sometimes makes me glad I didn't finish that game. I also am a little annoyed by the, I'm trying to remember what it was called. The Jimmy Christmas. Drop my controller. The system they had in the game, you made friends and enemies. Nemesis, the Nemesis system. It's a fantastic system. It just should be in something more like Skyrim, where you have lots of different factions, and you have people like, oh my gosh, like, my biggest gripe about Skyrim and whatnot that I wanted to see in Skyrim, that you can technically get with mods, is the ability to make your own base. Like, yeah, you can build your own home, but it's in like specific locations, and you get just whatever they give you. But like, if you could actually get your own base, and they have a mod where you have like this well, and you drop the well anywhere in Skyrim, and then that becomes your base territory, and that's like the middle of your base, and then you build around it. You can build a mine thing to go into a mine shaft, and that mine shaft is where you can hire miners to hunt, or to excuse me. You can go mine for resources and then take them to sell them, or smelt them down and like craft with them. You can hire guards for your base, and then they fight off waves from time to time, similar to like what Pal World's got, where you have pals that'll come attack you every once in a while, but there's not like it's not a consistency, if you will. Like, it just happens every once in a while. So you hire guards, and then you can put armor and stuff into like this bin, and it gives that armor to all of your guards, which is a little overpowered, because you're like, here's freaking ebony armor, and boom, all your guards have ebony armor, so they're harder to kill. It's like maybe one for each, I don't know, but there's like a tavern you can get, which you can make money off of people going there to drink or to sleep. Kind of. It's if you've ever played Fallout 4, how they have the whole pre-con building system and everything. It's kind of like that, but it's more like for a town, and you can build like your own town. And then you start out getting hit by waves of like skeevers and stuff, and then it'll move up to bandits, and then it'll move up to undead, and it'll move all the way up to like dragon tier. So you have to like outfit your place with all the good stuff, and then you have all the defense, and it just adds more to the game. And then it's like, well, what if you had a nemesis system where like each one of those waves, there's a particular enemy that you kill them, but they survive somehow, and then they come back stronger, but you gain more experience, more times you repel them, and repeat the process to help you build up and bulk up a bit. But you can still behave in the rest of Skyrim like that anyway. The one thing I'm worried about Elder Scrolls 6 is that also like the modding ability is fantastic. You can have new custom companions, and the companions are fully voice acted, have their own particular quests, and they have items that are pertaining to them and stuff that you can get through them. They're just good in general. But all of those mods are great, but I'm worried about in Elder Scrolls 6. One, I'm not really that big into desert territory, and it's going to be in, I think, Hammerfall, which I believe is the desert. I don't remember what the Red Guard guys. They're all over the place. It's like, yeah, but I don't like desert. Like, I like Skyrim because it's my particular biome preference. It's the tundra, snow, plus the alpine biome. That's my preference. I like snow, I like a mixture in the alpine, and I like that kind of just like greenery, like a mountain, like going to Colorado or something and going hiking it. It's really pretty, and it's just really, really, really nice. But you're not going to get that in Hammerfall, because it's going to be desert everywhere. They might have an occasional green bush here or there. That's not going to entice me. They're going to have an oasis here and there, and that's not going to entice me. So I'm nervous, because I'm like, I just don't want that. So I've thought about going for like Skyblivion or something, where they use the Skyrim setting, but you get to play Oblivion. It's like, oh, that could be really, really fun. So I haven't gotten the Oblivion remake because of all the little bits and pieces and all the bugs and everything. It's freaking Bethesda. What you expect with bugs? And with all those game-breaking bugs, I don't know how anybody can play it on a freaking console. It just doesn't make sense to me. But I wish there was a way, because like they have the Creation Club, and they have like preset things like mods and stuff you can get through the Creation Club, but I think you have to pay for them or whatever, which pisses me off. But if I could have like a Creation Club account and then take mods and upload them to that Creation account or Creation Club account, and then when I go into the game on a console or something, I could go to the Creation Club account and then I could download that mod to that. I wouldn't mind playing mods on a console. But mods are also annoying because they don't give you like a system that automatically adjusts all the mods into the proper location. And I want them to do like mod packs where you can take a whole bunch of lists of mods that make the game just better and have it preset, so all you do is install one mod and it has all those mods in it, so it just gives you one experience. But I know mod people are really picky and prickly and persnickety about their mods being used by other people because it might not look blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, you don't understand. We just want this pre-packaged, so I could say, I want the best lighting, god rays, graphics, textures, everything all in one. I want all the characters to have this kind of a body type, and I want them to fit all these types of clothes. I want everything to match, so that when I get into the game, I don't have to be like, well, that mesh is burking through that thing, and that texture is just like a plain, old school Pong game graphics. Like, it's just, you want it to run smoothly, but you can't necessarily get it to run smoothly if you have my knowledge of modding, which is kind of irritating. Alright, moving to the next zone. But yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Hammerfall because of a variety of issues. Alright, how far are we into the game now? We were at 10%, 5 hours. I did just blow a whole bunch of time, though. What are we? 11%? Maybe 12? 11%. And 8 more trolls. Blood and ashes. Don't like having to fight all these dudes. Oh, you! Well, that's nice. Starting off strong with them getting the jump on me. Oh, I take AP and suck a whole bunch of AP off of them. Alright, we're gonna Goblin Bane this sucker. He's out. She freaking misses. He misses too, oh my gosh. Are you gonna be around for a while, Pilgrim, or are you gonna have to dip out here soon? How did you miss again? and missed. Honestly, I don't know. The rate of this, like, once we get to Moria, I won't have goblins as much. I'll have more orcs and Urukai, which I have more things I can fight with orcs. Like Barathor has Orc Bane, and he can get Urukai Bane. Hadhod only has Goblin Bane, probably because dwarves only really deal with goblins for the most part. On occasion, Urukai or orcs, but I honestly don't know how far it will go. Also, 10. You said you'll be here for about 10ish. Is that 10 my time or 10 your time? Because 10 my time's in a half hour. So. I'm stunning Hadhog. What a bunch of dicks. Oh, 10ish minutes. Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna do some unboxing, but if you're not gonna be here, then I guess I won't do that. Let's see. Well, that's not good. Welcome. There we go. Okay. I didn't learn who's strike yet. Well, I had my Lord of the Rings books right here that I was going to open and look at some of the cool stuff and talk about it, but I was hoping more for you to be on a little bit longer in order to do that. Shelob, Slime, and Moria, because that makes sense. They ambushed me. Whoa, look at that. Got rid of that nuisance. There's not really a cheap way to do this. I don't see myself getting through Moria tonight because it's just moving so freaking slow. That's the problem with turn-based, is that I'm here as long as the turn takes to do it, and if you're missing everything, then you're gonna be here for a hot minute. I need to get the freaking Hue armor ability for Hadhod so I can farm SP. That's actually what hurts him more. Well, I mean, you're going to want to see stuff, because I was going to open Lord of the Rings books and the Silmarillion and the Hobbit. The very special versions that I showed you a while back, that I got last year. Missed, huh? Would you bloody look at that? Everyone's missing. All I do is missing it. Do, 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 do. It takes 10 to drain inspiration. Oh! Oh! That's a lot of... Holy smoke of guacamolos! I can do a lot more when I do that. Unfortunately, it only works for one person. Yes, the Tolkien illustrated ones, that they're the only versions that have his exclusive, like, special artwork and stuff that Tolkien himself drew. It has like a little book alongside of it. This will probably finish it if he hits it. He didn't. Oh my gosh. Oh, or like on your phone or something? Or do you pop your laptop with you as well? You got it? Yeah, we finally got it. Let's see what we got. Stats. Hadhod. 50 strength, 50 con. What was the build for Hadhod? Overwhelming Axe's passive skill, so we get 100% critical strike, which is all the time, which is good. Crippling Smash, I'm pretty sure I've already gotten. Strength and con. We want to prioritize con. Well, strength. And we'll do the next one for con. Two more abilities I gotta hit with to get Hue Armor, and that'll be the best one to use. It's like a farm at SP. Cathelian Wrath. I've got 6 more hits. 3 strikes. Gone to a Rampage is 5 strikes. Do you have any idea how insane that is? Oh, you're on your phone. Okay. What a loser watching on your phone. Psh. Skills. Need to get down to Idriel. Elven Rage. We got Weakening and Wounding. What did I need for her? Idriel. Loudwater Fury, which I already have. Scales with Spirit Stat. Haste of the Elves, Aura of the Valar, Cleanse, Shadow, and Healing. A melee attack that allows Idriel to strike 3 times. A melee attack that also drains AP over time. Action points. That's not bad. A melee attack that always hits but does less damage. Delays an enemy's next attack. I kind of want to go that route for the CC. Aura of the Valar. Terrible Bite. I gotta get Cleanse Shadow. That's bloody a lot of stuff. Stand fast, man.
Goblin scum have defaced this place. My lord, I apologize. I shall avenge your honor.
I'm a simple man. I use my development for YouTube, Discord, Instagram, and live stream. I mean, yeah. Ah, freaking troll. At least I can heal like a mofo now. Do I haste myself? And of course she misses. Whatever. Barathor doesn't have the constitution to taunt. Taunt him. This thing will hit like half of the health. That's the problem. Yeah. Which is not good. So that slows him down a bit. Spirit powers. We're going to have to do the Gift of Galadriel. Heal you back up. Otherwise, you ain't gonna do squat. Screw you, goblin scum. There we go. You're out of the picture. It's just you and me, troll. Just you and bloody me. But we're just gonna keep slowing you down. Yes, I got Hue armor now. Spirit power. We're gonna drain inspiration. You can't be that inspired because you're kind of stupid. But I'll take all your AP to use. It'll be glorious. Alright, let's see. Basically, I can heal Hadhog ad infinitum. I don't have enough to really do that, I don't think. This gets blasted backwards. Ooh, lower his armor rating. That's actually a pretty good thing to do. I'm just draining away his ability to do his extra abilities. Not today, Satan. I think we level up for... Hey, Ecthelian Wrath. There we go. All right. 56. That kills you. Yep, yipperoo! Rah! Hadhog. Steel Pauldrons. Level up and defeated Troll 2 of 9. Yeah, we're not getting up freaking Mori tonight if we gotta go through 7 more trolls. Equip. Hadhog. New equipment. Steel Pauldrons. Much better. Stats. Idriel. Spirit and speed. That's Elagos was spirit and speed, if I remember correctly. With dexterity as well. He just hit level 20. He's not far behind, but he's still behind. Hadhod, poor guy's got trash for AP. That's not what he's used for, though. Dadgummit. I'm trying to get out of here and find a freaking safe spot. I'll just burn through some of these to get my abilities up. Move. Ow. Shoot, I forgot to change his skills. Goodness, that guy's tanky. Hit him. There we go. One nuisance is down. Now we're just on basic attacks until we level up or I refill. The Hadhod's supposed to be basic attacks to begin with. Counterattack for the win. Oh, go ahead and kill him. Israel. Takes 10 to take 100. Look at that. Adriel's gonna have infinite all the combos I see I could make with her. Oh, it'd be great. Let's see. There we go. Such a freaking strong ability. Oh, we're doing this scene because it's got to be just like the movie.
Do not worry.
She's a nimble elf. She should have no problems with that.
Get
What? Oh no, they added another freaking elven romance. Oh boy, here you go. Here's one of your scenes.
Now, Gondorian, about to leave the realm of the dwarf for the world of the elf. But you are of the world of men and can never fully understand elven ways. For long ages they protected Middle-earth, but their time here ends. They will retire to their final port, and from there sail out of your history. But there is one whom they trust, and who you will serve in the years to come. Aragorn of the Dunedain will be crowned king, and you are destined to play a role in that.
It's just random, like, you saved my life, let me kiss you. It's like, but why you do this, eh? He's the cheapest one to do. That's clearly at a 3-hit melee attack, so it'll rage a 2-strike melee attack. Unfortunately, doesn't have any AP, and I have no way to get him AP. Technically, there's 3 elf, non-elf relationships recorded. It doesn't technically mean there aren't more, but it doesn't technically mean that there are either. It's usually better to err on the side of caution and say that there aren't any more, because they're such a big deal they would have been recorded. But maybe both Idril and Barathor die before the end, and therefore no one's there to record it. Who knows? Shoot, I forgot to change his skills again. Dadgummit. Barathor. Cowards. Oh, the cowards in the world. That ought to kill him. Yep, that'll kill him. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Oh, you're talking, Gilly and, Tariel. The elf that never was. Alright, we're gonna change this before I freaking forget. Barathor. We want Stunning Strike. Stun fast, man. I think I have to actually use the leadership stuff to unlock more leadership stuff, which is kind of irritating. Yeah, the whole Rings of Power thing was just idiocy at the highest peak. Like, the fact that Galadriel's the reason evil reigns in Middle-earth is just laughable. Strength, dexterity. We'll put some speed in there. That way he's still able to hit stuff. Yeah, that's be good for now. Aha! Are we at 11% yet, since we've cleared an entire zone? Oh no, we already had 11%. 12%? Yay, we made it 12%. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pause this so we can do the fun stuff. I'm gonna need this on my face now. We're gonna mute that. We're gonna solo this. My face. My hair's just a pain in the rear right now. Alright. I will grab this real quick. Oh, by the way, check out my shirt. I don't have to knock this around too much. One of the best parts about this shirt, aside from it's freaking awesome, it glows in the dark. I don't know if it'll do it now because I need to have like a lot of light. Let me turn the lightsy off. I don't know if you can see it very well, but if you get enough light on it, it'll do it. Pretty sweet. Give me 1 second to grab the stuff. So we got Silmarillion Special Illustration Edition. We've got ourselves Le Hobbit Special Edition. And then we have the Big Kahuna, the 3-in-1. You might say the Trinity of the Bookie. The Lord of the Rings. With special stuff. Now, the question... Shall we start with the Silmarillion, move to the Hobbit, and then to Fellowship of the Ring? What say you? Raspberry coffee is a very weird flavor. I assume yeah means start with Silmarillion and then move on. Well, I just figured Silmarillion's older, and then there's the Hobbit, and then there's the Lord of the Rings. So that just seemed to be the easiest. Ugh. Otherwise, it's what? The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, and then Silmarillion. We'll start with Silmarillion and get it out of the way. It's so freaking pretty. Blue. I love this blue. Freaking YouTube is retarded, so I can't just be like showing blades. Because that might be somebody being threatened by my screen or something stupid like that. Oh, woo. Sorry, I'm getting chills touching this thing. Mm-hmm. What's over here? Oh. Check this out. There's an actual, like, cardboard cutout for that. Freaking leather. Bye-bye. Alright. Let's slide this puppy out. I got these for cheaper. Oh, dude. So it's got, like, this, like, leather bit on the binding. And then it's got this, like a mesh. Like, I mean, it's ASMR I'd be okay with. Oh, check this out. It's even got shiny paper ends. Oh. Check it out. It has J.R. Tolkien at the base. It's nice little embroidery at the top or in the middle. And obviously the Tolkien symbol in the back. Oh, yeah. Okay. First image. Halls of, I believe, Monway. Taniquetil. The Halls of Monway, Taniquetil. That's number 1. What is this? Ho. Ho, 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 ho. That's what this is. I see, I see, I see. Or do I? Nice. All right. We got ourselves a bloody map. I'll see if I can move this a little closer. It is. Yeah, this has got all like the markings of him like doing it and then erasing it and then doing it again. Like if you look very carefully, you can see how he put something there and then he'll like mark it off. He'll like scratch it and everything. Oh, it's so freaking good. That was in the front of the book. They got the silver on them and everything. Holy cow, look at all the books. All the books by Tolkien. That's a lot of freaking books. Illustrated by the author. List of illustrations. Genealogies, all that good stuff. The forward. Tolkien. Preface to the second edition. From a letter by J.R. Tolkien to Milton Waldman. That's a lot of letter. A lot of letter. Notes on the illustrations. Oh, this would be cool. Tolkien said of his Silmarillion mythology, which occupied him for most of his life, and it grew out of a desire to support languages he had created, which he decided could not exist in a void, and to provide for his beloved England a body of heroic stories bound up with its tongue and soil. It was a majestic and ultimately highly complex effort, which began with poems he composed as a young man. Hopefully, I can come through. The earliest of these, from September 1914, was The Voyage of Eärendil, the Evening Star. Inspired by a line from Old English, Christ, Eala Eärendil Engla behortest. Ofur Midgengerd Monum sended. Hail Eärendil, brightest of angels, above the middle earth sent unto men. It was not at first connected to a larger literary scheme, but in time Eärendil, in the Silmarillion Eärendil, it became a mariner who sails west from Middle-earth to seek the help of the Valar, greatest of the angelic powers, against Morgoth, Lord of Darkness, and with the Silmaril, one of the great jewels made by the elven artisan Feanor, is set to sail in the sky as a star, son of hope to the oppressed. In addition to its roots in storytelling and language, the Silmarillion was created also through painting and drawing. Tolkien was a keen amateur artist, skilled with pencil, pen, and brush. Some of his pictures are preserved in a sketchbook called The Book of Ishness. I think that's this book here. Possibly. I don't know. Brief account of the book and its making is what it says. Because it contains depictions of ideas symbolic or abstract, such as grown-upishness or under-tenishness. He drew places he visited and lived, but also captured remarkable visions associated with his mythology. Indeed, from the time he composed his Eärendil poem, nearly all of his illustrative art was inspired by his own writings, and this is going to go on a long time. Like a long time. So maybe not cover all this. This is a note on the illustrations. This is like 10 pages. Oh, the paper's so freaking smooth. Oh, here's an illustration. The Hills of the Morning. Yeah, definitely better than ooh, the Tale of the Years manuscript title page. Where was the list? First page is the device. Ah. So I forgot to show these. That's the Silmarils. The 3 Silmarils. Facing 8. All right. Ilu the world from Newman west to Roman east. This is the Ilu. Ilu, whatever. Page 21. The Luthien device. Number 2, apparently. And then page 23 is the Floral Design 1. Page 24, the next page. The world about VY 500 after the fall of the lamps, Helkar, Iluin, and Ringel, Ormal, and the first fortification of the north by Melkor. And then page. Trekkie. Sideways one. One. These are 2 flowers. These are all the illustrations that he himself did, just to clarify that. 36. This is the Finway device. Yeah. It's difficult to do this without this sliding out. Let's see, 45. This is the Melian. And 47, which is the next page in. These are very short chapters. This one is the Elway. This is the Shores of Fairy. Ooh, Feanor. So this is Feanor. Artwork extraordinaire. It's not actually Feanor, sadly, but it's the device. 57. Again, we have the Silmarils. Now we have Finway device. All right, now we have the halls of Manwë, Taniquetil, which is this image, but in the book. Benarfin device. Of course, it's the Flight of the Noldor chapter. That's the Benarfin device. The Luthien 1 device. Here's the Luthien 1 device. This is the Untitled Winged Sun, in parentheses, device. I'm assuming that's the Maiar, or the Ainur, I guess. That is the sun that becomes a sun that Sauron and even Melkor was terrified of because super overpowered. They got a lot of these. Maybe I should just skip the devices because they're just little diamonds and they don't really have anything to them, but they have actual ones. Let's see, 98. This is, how do you say that? Mithrim? And the bookmark. That's a pretty landscape. Let's see. Next one is Nargothrond. 104. There's Nargothrond. Sorry. Two little dwarf entrances. An untitled Nargothrond. 120. Ooh, this one's cool. Oops. That's not supposed to fall out just willy-nilly. It's the untitled Nargothrond. And they have the untitled Freeze of Trees. 124. I don't know what you have and haven't seen. I don't know what has or hasn't been revealed by these as special ones. needless to say, there's 59 illustrations. Have you seen the Barad-dûr and the Mordor ones? The Númenórean carpets. Map of Númenor, Water, Wind, and Sand. Gondolin and the Vale of Tumulidin from Cristorn. Tor Nafwin, which is Fanghorn Forest. Glorund sets forth to seek... Glorund? That was Glaurund. Yeah, Glaurund sets forth to seek Turin. The Tale of Turin written in Rumilian. Nargothrond number 2. Tol Sirion, the Vale of Sirion. Let's see. Mordor's 280. Oh, that's a freaking cool drawing. And then Barad-dûr. It's just 10 pages away, it looks like. Ironically, it's not very much of the Tower of Barad-dûr. It's just like the base. A very big tower. Get the music. What? And then we had these. Oopsies. I'm assuming this is another map of sorts. Oh, yes, this is another map. Shows Doriath and everything. It's a little easier to see. Map of Beleriand. Pretty snazzy wazzy wazzy. Put this back into the front. And we'll check out this cool little bit. This booklet. Which I don't think you've seen before. And this I could probably read. Ooh. Yeah, it's a pretty short read. So the Silmarillion by J.R. Tolkien, a brief account of the book and its making by Christopher Tolkien. The majority, perhaps, of those who are familiar with his name, J.R. Tolkien, means hobbits. But many would say rather Middle-earth, and by this they refer to the great imagined country peopled by elves, by dwarves, by ents, by men of different cultures, and by orcs, through which the Fellowship of the Ring passed on its quest, peopled also, indeed, by hobbits, in one small region called the Shire. It is a rich landscape of mountain ranges, plains, forests, rivers, but richest of all in its past, its ancient roads and ruined cities, old battlefields, and vast works of stone named in many different languages. Yet there are frequent suggestions in the Lord of the Rings of an even deeper past, of lands and cities that cannot be found on the map that accompanies the book. A past nonetheless that some of the persons in the story speak of as having known and seen with their own eyes. Thus Elrond, whose memory reaches back as far as to astound Frodo the Hobbit, speaks to him of the glory of the elder days and the hosts of Beleriand. And Treebeard the old Ent sings of ancient forests where he once walked, but now all those lands lie under the wave. They speak of the lands, cities, and stories of the Silmarillion, for the Silmarillion is the history of the Eldar days, the first age of the world, as the Lord of the Rings is the history of the ending of the third, and the greater part of it takes place in that region. Here's a map of Beleriand, the lands of the north, with the detail of northwest part of the map of the west of Middle-earth in the end of the Third Age, which is basically the map I just had in there, to be fair. Whoop. Try not to lose it, but also hold it in place where you can see it. And here's Mithrin, the image again. Of Middle-earth that was called Beleriand. Beleriand lay beyond the Blue Mountains, which appear in the extreme northwest of the map to the north Lord of the Rings, but it was drowned by the sea in the cataclysmic battle in which the First Age came to an end. The two books are, however, very different, and not the least of the differences is the absence from the Silmarillion of the hobbits and their cheerful, pipe-smoking provinciality, to whom the realities and the history of the great world into which they are caught up come as perpetual surprise and enlargement of their horizon. Even men do not appear in Middle-earth until the narrative is far advanced, for this is the story above all of the elves, and it is seen largely through elvish eyes, their tradition of their origins, and their account of the peculiar and separate fate. The Silmarillion is indeed central stock of that great imaginative enterprise from which Lord of the Rings was derived, for the elves were there from its beginning, and in them are to be discerned some of the primary aesthetic and philosophical convictions of its author. Again, whereas the entire action of the story of The Lord of the Rings takes place within a span of 20 years and possesses great narrative urgency, the pressure and fear of the immediate and unknown event, the Silmarillion traverses long ages and its elegiac air, I'm not familiar with that word, and tone might be described in my father's own words about the Old English poem Beowulf, when he wrote that its marker was telling of things already old and weighted with regret, and he expended his art in making keen that touch upon the heart which sorrows have that are both poignant and remote. The Silmarillion does indeed begin at the beginning with the elvish myth of the creation of the world, and it tells of great wars fought out at the beginning of time, when Morgoth, the power of evil incarnate in the world, sought to wrest the mastery of Middle-earth from the gods, for in the Silmarillion appears a pantheon, scarcely glimpsed in the Lord of the Rings, whose powers and natures are uniquely conceived. The story then passes to the birth of the elves in Middle-earth and their summoning of the gods to dwell with them in their paradise of Valinor in the far west beyond the sea. There follows the making of the Silmarils, the Jewels of Light, greatest of all achievements of all the elves, and the theft of them by Morgoth, the rebellion of the elves against the gods, and their departure from Valinor and return to Middle-earth to wage war against the Dark Lord. From here on, again to quote from my father's essay on Beowulf, disaster is foreboded, defeat is the theme. The Silmarillion chronicles the ruinous history of the elves in Beleriand and the failure of arms and their courage either to regain the Silmarils or to defend what they have achieved, and the destruction one by one of their great redoubts, by fire from without and treachery from within. Through the complex narrative run many interwoven strands, the workings of the curse of the god on the rebellious elves, and of the blasphemous oath taken by the maker of the Silmarils and his sons, in which they laid claim to them forever. The mysterious operations of the sea god Ulmo to devise a new hope out of ruin, and the power for good and evil of the Silmarils themselves. I have implied that the Silmarillion is an essential part of that long story that ended with the departure of the Ringbearers from the Grey Havens in the last chapter of The Lord of the Rings. That story began a very long time ago. In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit, was the beginning of the hobbits, but it was certainly not the beginning of the world into which Mr. Baggins strayed. The earliest of the tale that afterward became the Silmarillion, the story of the fall of Gondolin, was written during the First World War. Long afterward he recorded that he wrote it out of my head during sick leave from the army in 1917, and he told me once that he began the Silmarillion in army huts crowded, filled with the noise of gramophones. Indeed, some of the lines of verse in which appear the 7 names of Gondolin are scribbled on the back of a paper, setting out the chain of responsibility in a battalion. The story and those that followed it during the next years are still in existence, written rapidly in battered notebooks that are often only decipherable with patience and a magnifying glass. Oh, pardon me. At the time of my father's death, 56 years later, it was still unfinished. For nearly 20 years after the publication of The Lord of the Rings in 1954 and 55, he had continued to work on the matter of Middle-earth, until it had reached a luxuriance that was beyond his declining energies to order. Thus the Silmarillion is at once the precursor of and the sequel to The Lord of the Rings. A curious situation for which he himself, when badgered for a definition of the relation between the two books, coined the highly uncharacteristic word prequel. Nevertheless, the Silmarillion, as now to be published, goes back to the earliest versions and with most of the essentials of its conception. The gods in the west beyond the sea, the secret city of Gondolin hidden behind its encircling mountains, the forest kingdom of Doriath, the stronghold of the Dark Lord in Angband, here's Gondolin in the Vale of Tumladen from Christhorn. Angband in the north. While many of the legends, the two trees of Valinor, whose light was imprisoned in the Silmarils, the first awakening of the elves in Middle-earth, and the stories of Beren and Luthien of Turin Turambar, survived with little really fundamental change from those early writings. As time passed, they became a permanent element in my father's mind. They were not as completed things from which an author passes on to new and separate creations, but sources of imaginative energy throughout his life, a stable body of legend, life-giving to be explored for new meaning and capable of new interpretation. When in The Lord of the Rings, Aragorn on the Hill of Weathertop attempted to ease the fear of his companions by telling the story of Beren and Luthien, he was indeed telling them an old story, and not one got up to give a factitious air of antiquity. And they could lend themselves to different treatments, to no longer and shorter versions, to ample poems in various meters, which might again be reduced to prose. Turambar. As in the case of the story of Beren and Luthien and the Silmarillion, or they could be represented as annals in the learned chronicles of people living long after. But if this mythology became authentically based in an imagined past, to which in later writings the great figures of the Third Age look back with awe, and therefore in a sense detached from himself, it was nevertheless the product of his own imagining, and in great part the imagining of his youth. Moreover, it was never published, and therefore never received a form fixed and irrevocable outside of his own manuscripts. Thus he was free, being both creator and interpreter, to develop it, to devise new detail, to suppress old motives, and to discover new ones. I say discover because that is how he himself saw it. And he said once, always I had the sense of recording what was already there, somewhere, not of inventing. In notes that he wrote as private discussions or thinking aloud, he often spoke as if the solution to a problem could be found by penetrating more deeply into the matter, as if some contradiction could best be resolved in terms of what was already known. Far more rarely did he treat his work autocratically, saying, "This won't do," or "I must get rid of that." Yet it was subjected to close critical examination, and things wouldn't do, and things were got rid of, but usually by subtle transformation rather than by outright rejection. So that the study of the growth of these legends can seem not unlike that of those of actual peoples, the product of many minds and generations. But by the time of my father's death, the amount of writing in existence on the subject of the three ages was huge in quantity, since it extended over a lifetime, disordered, more full of beginnings than of ends, and varying in the content from heroic verse and the ancient English alliterative meter to severe historical analysis. And here's Fanghorn Forest. Also referenced as Tor Na Fuen. To severe historical analysis. Oh, look, the Tale of the Years manuscript, which we already saw in the other one in the book. Of his own extremely difficult languages, as a vast repository and labyrinth of story, of poetry, and of philosophy, and of philology. By no means all of this was the Silmarillion proper, of course. That had a definitive narrative structure, but it was as the process expansion, waves of revision passing over, it had petered out or had been overtaken by other waves, leading to a frequent lack of coherence, and many parts existed in parallel versions, often divergent at essential turns in the story. To bring into publishable form was a task at once utterly absorbing and alarming in its own responsibility towards something that is unique. To decide what form should be was not easy, and for a time I worked toward a book that would show something of this diversity, this unfinished and many-branched growth. But it became clear to me that the result would be so complex as to require much study for its comprehension, and I feared to crush the Silmarillion beneath the weight of its own history. I set myself, therefore, to work out a single text, by selection and arrangement. To give even an impression of the way that this has been done is scarcely possible in a short space, and it must suffice to say that there is a result. The Silmarillion is emphatically my father's book, and in no sense mine. Here and there I had to develop the narrative out of notes and rough drafts. I had to make many choices between competing versions, and to make many changes of detail. And in the last few chapters, which had been left mostly untouched for many years, I had in places to modify the narrative and make it coherent. But essentially what I have done has been the work of compilation, not of completion. At the end of the book are given, according to my father's express intention, 2 short separate works. The first of these, The Downfall of Numenor, is an Atlantis legend. Sorry, I need to get a drink. Ooh. The men that were faithful in the war against Morgoth were granted as reward a great lifespan on the island of Numenor, set in the seas between Middle-earth and Valinor, the land of the gods. But they cast away their gift in the attempt to escape from death, being deceived by Sauron, at first the agent of Morgoth, and afterwards himself the supreme power of evil in the world, the Lord of the Rings. The last king of the Númenóreans sailed with a great armada against Valinor in an insane attempt to conquer the Undying Lands. But a great chasm opened in the sea, and Númenor on the edge of the rift toppled down into the abyss and was swallowed up. After the cataclysm, there was no dwelling place of the gods on earth, for Valinor was taken into the realm of the hidden things, and if men sailed west over the sea, they came no nearer to the land of the gods, for the world was made round. And those that sailed furthest set but a girdle about the earth, returned weary to the last place of their beginning, and they said, all roads are now bent. Only to the lingering elves of Middle-earth was it granted to sail away on the straight road and come into the true west. There's the island of Numenor. The second of these short works is called Of the Rings of Power, and this is recounted in the manner of the Silmarillion, the great events of the later ages, and by its conclusion, the War of the Ring is placed into the context of the whole history of the Eldar, the High Elves, in Middle-earth. The book thus concludes with a greater finality than does The Lord of the Rings, although both end at the same point with the departure of the White Ship from the Grey Havens, for this is indeed the end of the story. In the twilight of autumn it sailed out of Mithlond, until the seas of the bent world fell away beneath it, and the winds of the round sky troubled it no more, and borne upon the high airs above the mists of the world it passed into the ancient west, and an end was come for the Eldar of story and of song. Christopher Tolkien, 1977. And you get The Hills of the Morning. And that's this little book. I'm assuming this is one of the Numenor rugs or whatever. It's a nice little type book. But yeah, that book came with this as well. Put it back and then grab the Hobbits. If I can put it back. It is a bit tricksy, you see. Tricksy little hobbitses. Alright. The Hobbits! The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits to Isengard, to Isengard, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits. Oh gosh, this one's a little bit thicker. And it's bonus book. Yeah, poor Turnbar. Pretty tragic ending for him and his sister and their child. And I never really understood the particulars because, and maybe this is just me being my stupid self. But let's say, you didn't know your sister, and she shows up, and she's lost. She doesn't remember you. She doesn't have any memories of anything, and you kind of fall in love with this woman because you just met this woman. You had no idea, no contemplation that she's your sibling in any shape or form. You fall in love with her, and you end up having a child together. So she's pregnant, and that's where everything goes south. Why would she cast herself into the chasm? I mean, obviously she assumes Turn's dead, but why not just be like, well, this is my legacy, I guess. It's just like, I fell in love with a guy, didn't know he was my brother. I mean, has that ever happened in the history of humanity where siblings are separated at birth and then 20, 30 years passes and then they end up meeting in a bar somewhere and then, they fall in love, they get married and they have kids and then they find out, oh, we were actually siblings. I guess I'm just going to throw myself off of a skyscraper because I can't just be like, well, we didn't know. We're a little past that point. I don't know. It seems weird to my mind. But then again, I don't live based off of shame culture and that kind of honorific system. But yeah, here's the image of that. Obviously that and the binder. Because I mean, I feel like if you discover that you married your sister way after the point, and this is where like the Catholicism aspect would come into play. It's just like, okay, you're not supposed to divorce your spouse, right? Divorce is not the ideal situation, and it's frowned upon from the God perspective, unless there's like abuse or something like that. And there's usually stuff that they have particular like outs for certain things, right? But if you're like what is it? I guess polyamorous, not polygamist. If you're like a polygamist family where you're a guy and 3 wives or something because you moved here from, the Middle East or something, and you have your family, and you all become Catholic or Christian or whatever, do you divorce all of your wives except one? Because you're not supposed to divorce your wife, and you did it before you were a Christian. Are you not supposed to take care of them and the children that came from them? It becomes a very wonky thing, and there's not really a good plan to go in. There's not really a plan at all. It's just kind of, I guess we'll just figure it out. Snazzy little book. Also, shiny object. Look, more maps. We have this, which I'm not particularly sure what it is. I can't really read it. It's an Elvish. Oh, it's Thorin's letter to Bilbo. Nice. So Thorin's letter to Bilbo. I don't know. It feels like to me if you were to come across and have the like turn bar thing, you're not gonna just be like, I'm cutting you out of my life. Like you're already past that point. I would understand if they did it intentionally, like they knew. I don't understand why you would like punish somebody for like an incestuous relationship that they didn't have any idea about. Like they're just like, we didn't know. We've been together with each other for 40 years. We have 12 kids and 100,000 grandkids. We had no idea we were siblings until way late in life, and now you want us to just nick it off, and it's like, I don't get it, but at that point, everything's jacked to bits anyway. Gosh, it looks so freaking pretty in that binder. And this is the other thing that came with it. I assume is the picture, the map of the Lonely Mountain. Yep, it's the map of the Lonely Mountain, y'all. That's pretty snazzy. Oh, and on the back. Yeah, I'm sure she was driven mad by Glaurung and put into shock by her evil deeds, but I don't know. I feel like there could have been something done about it. Like people that followed her or Turin could have been like, "Hey, she's trying to throw someone to someone." Like I don't know, freaking. Maybe I'm crazy. Ooh, this is gold, not silver this time. Let's see what these back images are. Ooh. Yeah, this is one of my favorite images of the Hobbit books back in the olden days. They had the wraparound book with this. And if you see this side, it says, as with all the art included inside the book, the final dust jacket of The Hobbit was produced by its author, J.R.R. Tolkien, and was printed in 3 flat colors, green, blue, and black. Yeah. Red has, however, since been added to the dragon Smaug and to the sun in the accordance with the author's wishes. In a letter to Allen and Unwin, Tolkien explained that the presence of the sun and moon in the sky together refers to the magic attaching to the door in the Lonely Mountain, according to the hidden message in Thror's map. The Lonely Mountain appears at the center of the design, with a long road leading up to it through deep woods and past, at right, the town of Esgaroth on the Long Lake. The border of Anglo-Saxon runes on the final dust jacket reads, "The Hobbit, or There and Back Again, being the record of a year's journey made by Bilbo Baggins of Hobbiton, compiled from his memoirs by J.R.R. Tolkien and published by George Allen and Unwin, Ltd." I think it's limited, but J.R.R. Tolkien's paintings is now reproduced without type to allow readers to fully appreciate the journey taken by Bilbo and the company of dwarves from Mirkwood across the Long Lake and up to the Lonely Mountain. And we have another map of sorts. Hate how these things are folded sometimes. Wilderland. Alright, so this is from Imladris, Rivendell, all the way to the Lonely Mountain, which you can see in the top corner with the dragon. Pretty nifty. I'm going to say it's safe to assume you know what's in the artwork, like that of Hobbiton. The hill, Hobbiton across the water. Chapter 7, Queer Lodgings. Gay lodgings? What? Oh, that's kind of cool. There's so many cool bits and pieces of here. There's a lot of illustrations on this one. In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit, not a nasty, dirty, wet hole, filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, nor yet a dry, bare, sandy hole, with nothing in it to sit down on or to eat. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort. It had a perfectly round door like a porthole, painted green with a shiny yellow brass knob in the exact middle. The door opened on into a tube-shaped hall like a tunnel, a very comfortable tunnel without smoke, with paneled walls and floors tiled and carpeted, provided with polished chairs and lots of pegs for hats and coats. The hobbit was very fond of visitors. The tunnel wound on and on, going fairly but not quite straight into the side of the hill. The hill, as all the people for many miles round called it, and many little round doors opened out of it, first on one side and then on another. No going upstairs for the hobbit. Bedrooms, bathrooms, cellars, pantries, lots of these, wardrobes, he had whole rooms devoted to clothes, kitchens, dining rooms, all were on the same floor, and indeed on the same passage. The best rooms were all on the left-hand side going in, for these were the only ones to have windows, deep-set, round windows looking over his garden, and meadows beyond sloping down to the river. The hobbit was a very well-to-do hobbit, and his name was Baggins. The Bagginses had lived in the neighborhood, if I can turn the page, of the hill for time out of mind, and people considered them very respectable, not only because most of them were rich, but also because they had never had any adventures or did anything unexpected. You could tell what a Baggins would say on any question without the bother of asking him. This is a story of how a Baggins had an adventure and found himself doing and saying things altogether unexpected. He may have lost the neighbor's respect, but he gained, well, you will see whether he gained anything in the end. I'll just presume you're familiar with this one. But not this one, because I don't think you got this part. Mathams, a treasury of writings including a brief history of and other works related to The Hobbit. Got a nice little grip to it. Okay, this one's a bit longer, so I'm not going to read this one. At least not all the way. The table of contents is a history of The Hobbit by Christina Scull and Wayne G. Hammond. Thorin's Letter to Bilbo by John D. Ratliff. Publication Christina Scull and Wayne G. Hammond. Excuse me. Later editions Christina Scull and Wayne G. Hammond. The Horde by J.R.R. Tolkien. Note Christina Scull and Wayne G. Hammond. Lecture on Dragons, Christina Scull and Wayne G. Hammond. And then Dragons by J.R.R. Tolkien. And it's just like a little cool little booklet of a bunch of stuff with writings and everything in them. Having all of the different illustrations and whatnot. All right, we got a poem here, so we're going to read it. The Horde by J.R.R. Tolkien. When the moon was new and the sun young, of silver and gold the gods sung. In the green grass they silver spilled, and the white waters they with gold filled. Ere the pit was dug or hell yawned, ere dwarf was bred or dragon spawned. There were elves of old in strong spells, under green hills and hollow dells. They sang as they wrought many fair things, and the bright crowns of the elf kings. But their doom fell, and their song waned, by iron hewn and by steel chained. Greed that sang not, nor with mouth smiled, in dark holes their wealth piled. Graven silver and carven gold, over Elvenhome the shadow rolled. There was an old dwarf in a dark cave, to silver and gold his fingers clave. With hammers and tongs and anvil stone, he worked his hands to the hard bone. And coins he made, and strings of rings, and I thought to buy the power of kings. But his eyes grew dim, his ears dull, and the skin yellow on his old skull. Through his bony claw with a pale sheen, the stony jewels slipped unseen. No feet he heard, though the earth quaked, when the young dragon his thirst slaked. And the stream smoked at his dark door, the flames hissed on the dark floor, or the dank floor. Jeesh, my eyesight just gave out on me. And he died alone in the red fire, his bones were ashes in the hot mire. There was an old dragon under grey stone, his red eyes blinked as he lay alone. His joy was dead, his youth spent, he was knobbed and wrinkled and his limbs bent, and the long years to his gold chained, in his heart furnace the fire waned. To his belly slime gems stuck and thick, silver and gold he would snuff and lick. He knew the place of the least ring beneath the shadow of his black wing. Of thieves he thought on his hard bed, and dreamed that on their flesh he fed. Their bones crushed and their blood drank, his ears drooped and his breath sank. Mail rings rang, he heard them not. A voice echoed in his deep grot. A young warrior with a bright sword called him forth to defend his hoard. His teeth were knives, and of his horn his hide, but iron tore him, and his flame died. There was an old king on a high throne, his white beard lay on knees of bone, his mouth savored neither meat nor drink, nor his ears song, he could only think of his huge chest with carven lid, where pale gems and gold lay hid, and secret treasury in the dark ground, its strong doors were iron bound. The sword of his thanes were dull with rust, his glory fallen, his rule unjust, his halls hollow, his bowers cold. But king he was of elvish gold. He heard not the horns in the mountain pass, he smelt not the blood of the trodden grass. But his halls were burned, his kingdom lost, in cold pit his bones were tossed. There is an old hoard in the dark rock, forgotten behind doors none can unlock. That grim gate no man can pass, on the mound grows the green grass. There sheep feed and the larks soar, and the wind blows from the seashore. The old hoard of the night shall keep, while earth waits, and the elves sleep. That's freaking nifty. I think there's one more, maybe? Okay, that's a little longer than I was anticipating, so no. I was going to go over the dragons one, because I like dragons. Oh, here's a dragon. Coiled dragon, specifically. Which is a nifty little book. Yeah, it's a little hefty. It's a hefty little boy. Not hefty and like heavy, but just thick with knowledge, you might say. Alrighty. And now, for the final act. In his power, he was jacked. The Lord of the Rings. It also came with this illustrated deluxe edition snippet. Blah, 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 blah. Just basically tells everything that's in it as a deluxe edition. This one didn't come with an extra bonus book, sadly. But it did come with freaking snazzy looking artwork. I mean, mirrors this, technically speaking. And it's really just nice and smooth, book smelly. I think this is supposed to be gold as well. I can't really tell in the lighting, but Silmarillion silver, these ones are not. Oh, snap. The King's Letter. This is one of 3 facsimiles of the King's Letter, which was sent by Aragorn the Elessar to Sam, inviting him and his family to meet the king as he traveled north. The letter is in Tengwar in 2 columns, which translated reads. Well, I'll show you the letter first. Isn't that freaking sick looking? It's a kind of, it's like a silverish, but it's also like a color. I can't really explain it. But it translated reads, Aragorn Strider, the Elfstone, King of Gondor and Arnor, and Lord of the Westlands, will approach the bridge of the Branduin on the 8th day of spring, or in the Shire reckoning the 2nd day of April, and he desires to greet there all his friends. In especial, he desires to see Master Samwise, Mayor of the Shire, and Rose, his wife, and Eleanor, Rose, Goldilocks, and Daisy, his daughters, and Frodo, Merry, Pippin, and Hamfast, his sons. To Samwise and Rose the king's greeting from Minas Tirith, the 31st day of the stirring, being the 23rd of February in their reckoning. And then AE. Which I assume is down at the bottom corner. The letter appears in the epilogue to The Lord of the Rings, a scene of quiet contentment at Bag End. Sam has just completed the reading of the Red Book to his older children, an event which takes place only on great days such as today, the birthday of his eldest daughter, Eleanorel. With the rest of the family abed, Eleanor begins to question her father about certain details left unanswered in the great tale. The final version of the epilogue was written at a very late stage, but it is evident that it was intended by Tolkien to be a part of the story. He was, however, ultimately persuaded by others to omit it from the published text, a decision that, according to his son Christopher, he seems to have both accepted and regretted. To learn more about the epilogue and to read it in full, readers are directed to Christopher Tolkien's discussion of it in Chapter 11 of Sauron Defeated, Volume 9 of the History of Middle-earth. So, once again, King's Letter, pretty snazzy looking. What do we got here? It's precious. It's scratching its pockets, it says this. This is probably the map everybody and their grandmother has seen. Yes. The map of Middle-earth. The great map of Middle-earth. All the way to Rune. Up to the Thorod with. And down to the near Harad. It's such good contrasting. What else does it have? Ooh. Ooh. We got ourselves another map, but that's not the ooh part. There's another part in there. Oh, nice. Wow. Gondor, Rohan, and Mordor. It shows basically the mountainous ranges and the levels and everything. That's pretty snazzy. Yeah, that's pretty freaking snazzy. No, what we have is this little snippet. It says the leaves from the Book of Marzabul. I'm not sure off the top of my head what that means, but I'm going to be very careful because I don't want to destroy anything. It says the Tolkien Estate Limited, 1976 to 2021. Ooh. Woo! Old paper smell. I think it's not an old paper, though. So this is this. I think that's upright. Or is this upright? This is upright. Apparently this is from a book of sorts. And it's got a backside as well. Not too much to the backside. I'm wondering if these are specifically things that were found later on. Pretty freaking snazzy. Pretty freaking snazzy. I'm gonna have to look up what it actually is, because I'll be very careful with it. Alright. The Book of Marzabul. Let's see what that puppy is. The Book of Marzabul is a dwarven chronicle documenting the failed attempt by Balin and his colony to reclaim Moria during the Third Age. It was written in the Chamber of Marzabul, also known as the Chamber of Records, and contains entries in Kirith of Moria and Dale, Tengwar, and Angrathas Erebor, reflecting the diverse authors and the urgency of the final days. History. The book was begun in TA 2989 after Balin's return to Moria. It recorded their initial victory over orcs, their settlements in the 21st Hall, and the recovery of treasures like Durin's axe and mithril armor. I feel like if you had enough mithril armor, you wouldn't lose anybody, but okay. Final entries. The last pages, written by Ori, describe the final days of the colony. After Balin's death, the dwarves were besieged by orcs from the east and the Watcher in the water from the west. The final entry reads, "We cannot get out. The end comes soon. Drums in the deep. They are coming." Discovery. Found 24 years later by the Fellowship of the Ring in the Chamber of Marzabul, the book was burned, slashed, and stained with blood. Gandalf read it aloud, revealing the fate of Balin's colony. Fate. Gandalf gave the book to Gimli to return to King Dain in Erebor. Its ultimate fate is unknown, but it is believed Gimli may have carried it to the Lonely Mountain, possibly returning it to Thorin III. Tolkien's design. J.R.R. Tolkien created 3 facsimile pages of the book, intentionally aged with burnt edges, pierced binding holes, and blood-like stains to mimic medieval manuscripts. These were the first published in 2005 50th anniversary deluxe edition of the Fellowship of the Ring, and later in 2021 one-volume special edition, which is this one. Original drawings are held in the Bodleian libraries. That's freaking cool. So, only 2 ways to get this, apparently, and I got one of them, yeah. Goodness gracious. Let's see if they have anything at the beginning. Hopefully you saw the King's Letter. If not, there it is again. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie, 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all in the darkness bind them, to the land of Mordor where the shadow lie. The ring verse. List of illustrations. There's going to be a lot of freaking illustrations. And they have everything split up into their books. 6 books. There's actually not that many of these illustrations, surprisingly. Concerning hobbits. These pages are like stuck together. 1 party. 3 is a company. Shortcut to mushrooms. The old forest. The plan of Bree. Gosh, these are so freaking nice. Yeah, these pages are like stuck together. They need like a breathery or something. And the sweet, sweet appendices. Oh gosh, smoke just came off of it. Or dust. You can hear it. That's it, not having been used. It's like that puff of just smoke. It's like, oh goodness. Alright, I think I freed it up a little bit so it can do its thing. The Arm of Sauron. Scouring of the Shire. Yeah, I know, right? Probably should have recorded it. Appendices A. Annals of the Kings and Rulers, the Númenórean Kings. I remember looking through my other copies of this for the whole War of the Rohirrim stuff. Actually, there's a lady who does Tolkien ASMR where she like reads chapters from The Hobbit and I think from Fellowship of the Ring. She doesn't have a whole lot of them out, but they do exist. Where she like whispers as she reads and she like traces the books and stuff like that. So that does exist. I mean, all you have to do is like Lord of the Rings ASMR. It's pretty hard to miss. Which appendices was Helm Hammerhand in? Stewards, Aragorn and Arwen. Ah, here we are, the House of Eorl. The Kingdom already said that Helm Hammerhand, he was a grim man of great strength, and there was a time a man named Freka, who claimed descent from King Freowine, though he had, men said, much Dunlandish blood, and he was dark-haired. He grew rich and powerful, having wide lands on either side of the Adorn. Near its source he made himself a stronghold and paid little heed to the king. Helm mistrusted him, but called him to his councils, and he came when it pleased him. To one of these councils, Freka rode with many men, and he asked the hand of Helm's daughter for his son Wolf. That's it. That's her mention. But Helm said, "You have grown big since you were last here, but it is mostly fat, I guess." And men laughed at that, for Freka was wide in the belt. Then Freka fell in rage and reviled the king and said this at the last: "Old kings that refuse a proffered staff may fall on their knees." Helm answered, "Come, the marriage of your son is a trifle. Let Helm and Freka deal with it later. Meanwhile, the king and his council have matters of a moment to consider." When the council was over, Helm stood up and laid his great hand on Freka's shoulder, saying, "The king does not permit brawls in his house, but men are freer outside." And he forced Freka to walk before him out from Edoras into the field. To Freka's men that came up, he said, "Be off. We need no hearers. We are going to speak of a private matter alone. Go and talk to my men." And they looked and saw that the king's men and his friends far outnumbered them, and they drew back. "Now, Dunlending," said the king, "you have only Helm to deal with, alone and unarmed. But you have said much already, and it is my turn to speak. Freka, your folly has grown with your belly. You talk of a staff. If Helm dislikes a crooked staff that is thrust on him, he breaks it. So." With that, he smote Freka with such a blow that he fell back stunned and died soon after. Helm then proclaimed Freka's son and near kin the king's enemies, and they fled, for at once Helm sent many men riding to the west marches. And never again was she mentioned. Yep. What could have possibly gone wrong with making an entire thing about somebody who doesn't even have their name mentioned? They're barely even in the story, and they're only in the story particularly as a potential marriage partner. That's it. It's the dumbest concept I could possibly think of. And that is that, good sirs. That is that. Oh, I need to put this with it because this is a little snazzy wazzy. I hope it fits inside. I don't think it will, but I hope it does. Oh, it does. Snazzy. 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 I would love to hear about Éomer and Aragorn's subjugation of the Easterlings and of the Haradrim and of Mordor and purging the Middle Earth of all these things. Like, that would be so freaking cool. Honestly, an RTS game based on Aragorn's subsequent wars with Rohan, with Éomer, and going out and basically just reconquering the world and reestablishing Arnor would be such a fun game, provided you could stick to as much of the actual source material as possible, which there isn't great amounts, but it implies certain things, and you could add stuff to it to which it would still make sense but not be the legitimate only possibility. Like, it would have to be very, very carefully handled, but you could make a fun game like that, in like the style of Battle for Middle Earth almost, or even Age of Empires 2, I suppose. But I don't know. I think that would be freaking cool. I just don't trust anybody to do it, except for maybe me, and a couple other people that are actual fans and would not toss out their principles at the first sign of discomfort or some nonsense. But I mean, there's lots we could cover for games. I'm not sure what would be the greatest. Unfortunately, it looks like Rockhound was not able to join. Sad face. He was having issues on YouTube on his phone, so I don't know what was going on with that. But more or less, that's the unboxing. I could probably cut that out and make a video. We only made it, what, 2%, 3% in the game? Goodness gracious. But those freaking trolls are such a pain to deal with. Ironically, though, I can take Idril's spell attack because it scales with spirit. So I just keep punching in so much spirit. But she also has the ability to just drain somebody of their AP, which gives her a ton of AP. And then she could just she could basically vomit more out. It's great. Why do I have to be limited to 3 people? Why can't I just have my whole party? Can I not have up to 6 people at once? Why not? That's all I can understand is why can I not have all 6 fight at the same time? You can add more enemies. I don't mind. Just give me 6 and don't do the circle thing. That's freaking lame and stupid. I want to be able to actually like have them face up and hit everybody. Because that's the style it is. The style is line up and then attack. It's literally the Revolutionary War. Brits on one side, American colonies on the other side, and they just shoot each other back and forth. So why not just do that? No. You're going to get 3 people, and you can't rotate a person out. Why can't I rotate a person out? Who knows? But now that I know like ways to deal with trolls, because I can use Hadhod's Crippling Strike to slow down the troll's ability to deal combat damage. I can also use what's his name? Ferrothor to increase either the damage and or the hit block ratio or dodge ratio. And then I can use Idril to basically just infinitely AP everything. It's like, oh no, I'm down to 100. Whoop, I'm back up to 300 due to some stuff. Oh no, I'm back to 100. Whoop, I'm back to 300. That's so freaking funny. And then I can basically heal anybody in the party like that. But being able to rotate out the other guys, it's just so annoying. And I just like, can I just go to the whole thing without having to swap them out? But I know at some point I'm going to need a ranged caster. And she is a ranged caster. Oh, too much raspberry. Oh goodness. Drain out water. But being able to utilize all my characters would be really, really nice. And I don't know. There's a game on Steam called Which You Want that is free. And it's supposed to be something you finish in 1 hour. It's an anime witch Yuri novel. Help this girl failure witch save her failing potion shop in this cute Yuri visual. What am I reading? It's a potion making minigame. That's literally what it is. You can use a character creator to make your female MC and then a really gay witch to possibly romance. Why? Why? I can't escape employment even in a Yuri visual novel. At least my boss is cute. It's an hour-long experience, apparently. Why is one of the accessories a giant bandage for your eyeball? Caw, caw. Did this lady get football punted? Caw, caw. Visual novel game with some Skyrim alchemy in it. Caw, caw. This is something a Lifeweaver main would enjoy very much, so caw, caw. By the annoying crow. And that person's got way more games than I do. That's amazing. He's only played 0.8 hours. I guess he beat it in that time period. Quite short, but very cute. Blah, 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 blah. I just don't understand. In an hour-long potion game, what value does Yuri have in any shape or form? I don't get it. I just don't get it, yo. You know what I mean? Just don't get it. Let's see. Oh, also, Pilgrim, I did make my first criticless review of a movie. I don't even remember what the movie is. Jason said the movie we watched last night. I can't even remember the name of it because it's a weird name. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, there it is. Tis, twas, was, twas. Maybe it's on my profile. Operation Fortune, Ruse de Guerre. Jason Statham. What's her face? I've got 2 bloody likes. This is the movie. I'm not gonna be able to see it. Daggum it. All right. It was really funny. It has Carrie Ewell, guy who plays in Princess Bride, is Will. It's got Hugh Grant. It's got what's her face from Parks and Rec. It's an action comedy thriller, rated R. It was released January 4th, 2023. It's an hour and 53 minutes. Cast and crew: Jason Statham, Aubrey Plaza, Carrie Elwes, Hugh Grant, Josh Hartnett, Bugsy Malone. I actually did like Bugsy Malone. He was good in this. Josh Hartnett was funny. Eddie Marson, Peter Ferdinando, Nicholas Facey. A bunch of people you're not going to really remember the name, or are they really that relevant? Ben Harris, shop employee. Wow, they really put the whole thing in here. But yeah, you could check that out. Criticless is the film review site that part of it. Yeah, it's Blaine. It's a 70s, I think it's more of an 80s themed cyberpunk kind of website. It's supposed to be a bit of a social media counter to Rotten Tomatoes. So where Rotten Tomatoes is critics, the audience play a little role in it. Criticless has no critics, and it basically everyone votes and you get to pick something and run with it. I did this review because I literally watched it last night with the wife, and we're just like, I just finished the movie. While I remember it, I'm gonna write a review on it. So I did. I gave it an 82%, most excellent. Hugh Grant has the best line, and I put this in it. The best line in the film: "Modern women, what will they come up with next?" I was dying laughing. It was a great film for humor and violence. It had some problems to it, but all in all, it was entertaining, and its main focus was to be entertaining through action, through humor, and performance. And the performances were good. Hugh Grant did a phenomenal job, even if it was weird. But you can put in like it'll ask you like what kind of themes do they have, and it'll say language, and it'll ask you like was how much language was there, and it gives like a percentage meter of like it had a bit of language, it had no language, whatever. And then you had political bias. Is there any political bias in this film? And this one, not really. There was a single throwaway line by the Danny character, and he's asked by Jason Statham, "Are you a patriot, Danny?" And he's like, "Well, if you mean, it's like I don't vote for Republican, if that's what you mean." And that was it. That was literally it in the entire thing. But you could tell the guy was an idiot, so it doesn't particularly spell good news for him. But aside from that, there was no political bias, so I didn't put anything there. And then there's like violence. How much violence is there? Well, in this one, a ton. There's a lot of violence. There's shooting. There's actual like hand-to-hand combat fight scenes and stuff. It's Jason Statham, so what are you expecting? Is it family friendly? I went not at all, but I was like, unless your family consists of all adults that are okay with graphic violence, hard swearing, and crude humor, then maybe it's family friendly. There's no nudity or sexual content. Somebody put in a little bit, and I was like, there's not really, but there's like some suggestive humor comments throughout the film. There are like girls in bikinis and like one-piece bikini bunny girl type outfits that are on like a big. They're doing like a fundraiser for, ironically, a gun cartel guy is basically running a war orphans fundraiser thing where they sell jewelry to people, and then that money goes to orphans from war, which he causes the wars for, ironically, because he's arming people. There's some of that, but it's like it's a boat in the middle of the water. Of course, there's people in bikinis. Like I wouldn't call that like sexual content, and it wasn't nude by any means. And then there's a couple things like Aubrey Plaza's nice legs being shown very close to her waist, but nothing particularly like that regard. The closest sexual content is Hugh Grant's character is very creepy and keeps coming on to Aubrey Plaza's character and basically saying, "I'll steal you from your boyfriend because because she was faking to be Danny's boyfriend." And it's like, I'll take you from Danny. It's all good. He can show you a little bit. I can show you the world." And he's like kind of coming on to her in kind of a creepy way, character way. But Danny's not actually like with her. She's like undercover. Entertainment value. I was like, there's a ton of entertainment value because it's funny. There's wit. There's sarcasm. Like Jason Statham, you see it in like the actual like the trailer. Jason Statham's robbing the place, but he's specifically going there for specific reasons. But he ends up robbing the place to make it look like a robbery instead of what he was doing. And as he comes out, he fights these two guys because he was told that it was clear in the front. So he comes out towards the pool and takes on these two personal guard guys. And then he leaves and he opens the gate and he's like, "I thought you said it was clear." He's like, "I said the front was clear." It's like, "I came out the front." I'm like, "Most people put their pools in the backyard." And he's like, "Whatever." Like, there was really, really funny humor and stuff in it. And then the ending had some like kind of like dark and like a lot of questionable like motives, like why are they doing it this way, and it didn't really make much sense, but I mean it was fun, at least the way they did it. The fights, like the big fights and stuff, were over pretty quick, but it was less than 2 hours. It was like an hour and 48 minutes or so, something like that, and it had to move really fast to keep up with everything, but some of the stuff was fun and entertaining in a regard. It's a Guy Ritchie film, That's the reason we watched it, is because my wife saw it and was like, "Oh, let's watch that one." I was like, "Okay, let's watch that one." Is that or like the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare or Ballerina, which we'll get to eventually. But I left a review specifically because I watched it. This is how often I watch movies. I don't remember them. I know, obviously, like, I just watched the 3 Lord of the Rings movies in theaters when they were here last, but I didn't write a review on them because I didn't think about it at the time. And I was like, I can't really write a review on that because it's just me like replaying the entire freaking films. But I will at some point. Oh, bother. Oh, bother. Ah. Well, good sir, I'm surprised you lasted this long. Hopefully your siblings are enjoying your company. I'm gonna probably head to bed since I have to be up in like 5 hours to go to an appointment, and that's gonna be fan flipping tastic. Um, but I'm glad you got to come by. I'm sad that Rockhound didn't make it. Um, yeah, early day, very early day. um, it's gonna be rough for the next month or so, um, due to the nature of uh, me being in charge of watching my kids 3 days in a row, and all those days are my days off. So it's going to be a little rough for me to adjust to right away. Um, I will say I'm planning on still doing my normal streams. I have considered cutting down my videos from 2 videos a week to 1 video a week, and then doing a live stream, and then seeing how that works, because 2 videos is getting to be a bit much, especially when one of them can be a longer one. Like this week, I think I have a 2-hour video coming out on Friday, talking about like book characters and stuff as a reaction to a reaction of another author slash person I follow that I've done reactions to, but they're doing it from a bad perspective, like this author's a bad person, and I did it from I think this author's a good person, when it comes to writing. And so I responded to the criticisms because it was a bit of a slow week in the news department. So I was like, you know what, I'll just pump a video out, and it turned out a little longer than I was anticipating, but it was a drag for me because the content I was watching was rough. And like about 3/4 of the way through, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to speed this up to 2 times speed because you're just not saying anything that I can understand. But I'm hoping Crimson will watch it and give me his thoughts. So if you want to watch it and give me your thoughts, that'll be awesome too. And then on Sunday, I have a video for Crimson Desert, which I'm looking forward to. That one's a short video. It's like 11 minutes or something like that. So we shall see, I suppose. Speaking of which, I need to send this to him. And then my own variation of it, which It's a thing, yo. It's a thing. But I was like, I put out so many videos, 2 a week, plus a live stream. I don't really get that many views. And sometimes there's not a whole lot to talk about. And sometimes I'm just like, I could probably put multiples of these in the same one and make a really short video, more or less. Let me see. Do I have a totality of videos? Like how many videos I've made in total? Got like 3 or 4 years of, yeah, 4 years of videos. Eighteen, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. All right, time for maths. I hate maths. 50. I have 200 videos. 200 videos in 4 years. Not horrible, considering the amount of free time I typically have. But not particularly, like, mind-blowing. And then I have live videos. Not a crazy amount of those, probably. Mostly gaming. There's a couple I did back in the olden times, but I basically started out live streaming with Wheel of Time Season 2 stuff. And then I did the Hogwarts Legacy, and that was a nightmare because I couldn't figure out how to get my stuff to work, and I had glitches, and I had all that type of stuff. That was only like 2-hour live streams. And then I started going crazier with live streams, and then they started going 4 hours. And then more. 5 hours. And then I was like, you know what? I'll just go to 6 hours for Fable. Each one was 6 hours. And then, 7 hours. 7.5 hours. And 6 hours. Almost 7. 8.5 hours. 10 hours. These playthroughs, man. I tell you what. I tell you what, boy. I tell you what. Yeah, 10 hours is the longest one I think I've done. For one sitting specifically. I've done more. But yeah. I think that's what I'll end up doing. I don't know. I hate making thumbnails. I'm not very good at editing. I kind of just do it in one take. Because it's easier for my brain to quantify stuff. So, and if somebody doesn't care for my content for 2 videos, they're probably not going to care about 1 video. Or if they care not for 1 video, they're not going to care about 2 video. And trying to figure out what people would like to hear is very difficult without them telling me, which is the whole purpose of the Discord, is to hang out, chat, see what people are up to and what they're interested in me covering and whatnot. And then half the time I'm told, just do whatever you enjoy. And it's like, okay, I guess I'll do that. And then it's just kind of like, making videos isn't very enjoyable as much as live streaming is. So I don't know. Well, we'll have to see. Something, anyway. Alrighty, good sir. I think it's time for me to go to bed. So, thanks for stopping in and breathing some life into the chat, since you're the only one who breathed life into it. Rockhound, if you ever do get a chance to watch this, hopefully you'll enjoy it, especially the Tolkien stuff. But yeah. Everybody else who didn't show up, you're square, man. You're square. Oh gosh. So, thanks everybody for sticking around. Thanks Pilgrim for hanging out. All that fun jazz. You can check the description box for all the goodies of social media, content creators, all that fun jazz. I don't think Hell Future Rockhound as much as Hail Future Rockhound. Oh, bother. He's a wizard, not a scribe. He doesn't know how to spell. You're a wizard, Harry. Why did Gemini just pop up when I said you're a wizard, Harry? Gosh, freaking eye boogers. Kicking my butt. Alright. Well, good sirs. Anybody would like to donate to my potentially new, well, everything, my Steam machine, Gabe Cube as they call it. It's going to cost me an outrageous amount, or a new capture card, or a new PC, or a new Xbox 360. Not really anything at this point. I got a lot of things I got to purchase, and I just don't have the money for it. So if you'd like to do that, that's also an option as well, but do not feel pressured in any shape or form. I'm trying to remember, what did I even call it? There's a couple tax names I came up with just for fun, and I think one of them was the spouse tax. Like if you have a spouse and she loves you, or he loves her, or whatever the situation is, then you have to pay the tax because, you know, you love your spouse, pay the tax. Because that always works. What was the other tax? There was another funny tax. I don't know. I've come up with some taxes, but I keep forgetting what they are. I'm old. Leave me alone. Oof. So, anyway, have a good one, good sir, and I'll see you in the Discord, and we can go from there and see what is awesome saucels. So, thanks everybody for sticking around. Remember, my friends, walk in the light.
It's time to